a little bit of interactive stuff as well. So while I've got this, getting this ready here, just making sure that it's getting fired up properly, and then we'll make sure that everybody has a good, make sure that everything's working properly before we get really started into anything. So giving it just a second here for everything to get up and ready. And then we will get started working on everything. So giving it just a second here for everything to get up and ready. That echo. All right. Looks like we're ready to rock and roll. Okay, so today we're going to be working on a bunch of we're going to work on a bunch of stuff for the Twitch stream. Steven has been talking a lot about just things that need attention still. Like the way that we look at the stream, it looks kind of, you know, it needs more order and organization to it. So we're gonna start working on building out a custom overlay. I'm gonna make one for Steven tonight. I'll probably make one for myself. I tend to keep my stuff a little bit because I do different things than Steven does. So I keep mine a little bit more in a different orderly fashion. I like to keep all my stuff kind of rounded in the corners, and he has his particular setup going on the he has his particular stuff going, like, well, I have an image here. I took a screen capture from his stream earlier today. So it's you know, just to get an idea of like where it is, and he has all of his little things on the screen here in different places. And we're gonna go ahead and build something that's more customized to the Get Some website for the stream. So what I've got is I've got this set up to be at the proper resolution for your standard stream, and I have a color palette that I've got set up here, and I'm just gonna start, like, you know, I'm gonna start working on getting a custom overlay set up for it. So he tends to like having his camera up here in the corner or down here in the corner. I'm gonna go with up here since that's where he's been working from lately. So I've got this set up with a couple layers, so I'm gonna just work directly over the top of this. And so what I'm going to start with is just I'm just going to grab a couple of our colors here and start working from them. Now I've got my palette kind of hidden behind some of my images over there, so you won't see those. So we're just again, we're working on an overlay for the stream. So we're just going to kind of begin by blocking out some of these things that he works from typically. And the important thing that we're going to focus on this right away is, like, I'm going to reorganize some of this a little bit as I go, but I want to get started working on giving him a proper setup here where he doesn't have to, you know, have all this mess in the way. So we're working on yeah, sometimes when it like switches over, it doesn't like auto pop itself back up. You kind of have to like refresh it. So since we're not working on game design today specifically, we're just going to kind of talk about, I don't know, what do we want to talk about? If any of Steven's regular viewers are in, or anybody that tends to watch us regularly happens to pop in, and you've got comments or ideas on how to improve the stream, feel free to to chime in with any of that feedback, because we'd certainly appreciate it. And yeah, it'll help out a lot, because we'll be able to make the stream work a lot better for everybody. Now, the biggest thing that we have to worry about first of all is, and I'm just framing this out first of all, because he has a lot of different stuff that runs on the screen, and then I'm gonna customize it where it works a lot better for the individual stuff. So so yeah, so if anybody does have feedback on the stream itself, let us know. And you know, we've got some interesting stuff happening, and we'll see. I'm gonna work on an overlay first, and I'll probably frame it out, get a good, decent like idea for how I want the stream to look, and then from there I will. So I will go from there, and we're gonna do some other things. I have an animation that we're gonna do for a special thing for Flickr later on. We get to that. Now, I don't really have. I want to leave a little bit of padding on the outside, but I also want to do. These things are pretty well even. I don't know if you guys will be able to see the grid that I just put up, but if you can, let me know if it's too hard to see what's going on. Yeah, we're going to do that animation here in a little while. This won't take too long, I don't think, to get a decent setup going. So, yep. Okay, so yeah. No, that's I'm working on top of that, so what I'm doing is I'm working on top of a screen capture of his stream. So what you might see. Yep. So basically, Steven asked, he asked to have a custom overlay done for the stream. So what I've done is I've taken the colors from our website that we typically use, and for the actual like front end of the website, and I've taken a screen capture of his stream and I fitted it to. Yeah, that is actually, Steven, I've got another improvement even over that. You might like this. This is what I was working on earlier. I was telling you about. So. You might enjoy that. Let me know what you think. I made myself a custom overlay for my cam. So, that'll be for your dogs down here. Yeah. And I think I'm probably going to make this down here a little better. What do you think of that, Steven? Did you notice? What do you think? Is it good? Is it better than the smiley? So we're gonna have a slot down here for messages. All right, so basically what we've got here is let's not make that so much. All right, so each of these slots should be ideally will be a transparent where you'll be able to put your image and fit them to this setup. And yeah, easy way to pick up weight, huh? So okay, and then I can just go in and okay, so what we've got is I've framed it out so that you're not going to have a bunch of black now, but that doesn't really give him like custom slots for anything. I mean, it's just spacing for what his typical visuals are. So what we'll do is we'll come in with some sort of like text. Let me get a color over here. All right, so what we've got is okay, so what I'm working on now is figuring out building a custom stream overlay for our typical streams, for Steven's typical stream. And he wanted positioning for his two dogs and his other things that he typically has. So, you know, we can come down here and put in that's not going to work. Which these are typically much bigger, but we'll see how that fits. Pitch down. For the dogs? Is that what you mean, Steven? Okay. Now, I mean, I don't think I need a whole lot of background. I was going to, like, crop some stuff, so, we'll see. That's gonna have to. Okay, so. Yeah, I know that you just run words through there, and whoops, I wasn't going to leave that full thing there like that. I was going to break it up. I was going to put the logo and other things like that. So you have banners and things like that that run over here. I don't know if that's your. Here, I'll move this so you can see what I'm talking about. If this is your typical like news area or like your stats or whatever, like you can put your other banner images in here on top of this slot. I don't know exactly what you want to fit in there, but we can do, I can figure out what goes there, however you want to do it. And you can put your pictures of your dogs down there. Yep. Alright, so this I'm going to break up and put it to get some logo in, but I'm probably going to customize it some. So let me grab the logo. That white. Let's do something first here.
Alright.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Let's do something first here.
So the area that you're like, I don't know what you want to run through that second box.
Mm-hmm.
That
You're gonna get a bit of an echo if you don't mute the stream.
oh, hey, what's going on?
First here.
So yeah, no. Alright, there we go. So anyway, what I was gonna say is that second box can be for like a secondary tournament.
Oh, you mean this box can be for a smaller table?
Which one? We're on a little bit of a delay, but
the one under your cam view.
Yeah, under your cam view, yes.
Okay.
So that can be a secondary table. That way, like, for people who like to watch more tables and stuff, it's small. But I'll always leave, like, for instance, I'll do, like, a $10 bounty or something. Something to motivate my guys to play against me and something. And then, if I'm deeper in a tournament that actually has value, I'll make that the small one over there because a guy who can make that larger and watches a lot of streams, like, actually would prefer to watch. So that would be like table 1, table 2. The announcement thing down at the bottom, if you want to take out part of that, like I said, like I can run an announcement through a really small area because I can scroll it. You know what I'm saying? And then I can put it under. So it doesn't have to be this big, large area to run an announcement. It can actually be really tiny. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know how you're trying to do that, but yeah, those were the I guess the hints that I was seeing, but yeah, I mean you seem to obviously gotten like a decent amount of idea of what I do and how I block my stuff out, which is not like I said, nice. I'm not trying to make things sharp. It's just the tables are blocky, and I have nothing that's rounded and softer. You know what I'm saying? If I had a layout, if you want to make the ends rounder to make the tables look nicer or something, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Like I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah,
it's everything's blocky because I have all square shit.
Mm-hmm.
Window captures. All right.
Okay.
All right. Later.
So, just working on getting that set up. That logo, we're going to stick it in here. I want to size it down so that it fits better. And so we get this in place. Alright, so he wants a rounder version, which is not hard to do. We just make a rounder version. I think if I block it in 8, it'll be easier. I don't know. Well, we'll see how it does. Whoops. I forgot to change this setting here for how strong my fill was. Okay, so this is not a definite guaranteed layout here, but what we're going to do is we're going to give it a transparent, and I'm going to see how it looks. That's the wrong color. Okay, so it's probably need a little bit bigger for his typical table. And so to get that, I'm going to go higher. You know, it seems like most of the tables are shaped like a circle anyway, so could do that. And if you wanted, Steven, I could circle this over here as well. That might be harder to see. We can test it, see what you think, though. Why my color is not grabbing? So we will just maybe like chunk out a piece here. I don't know why that's not working. What's happening here? Huh. My colors. Oh, that explains it. Okay. Alright, so what we're doing is creating a custom overlay here for the stream. Laying out some circles to kind of test and see how they would work for a table setup. I don't know how. Yeah. I didn't think we could. So, what do you feel about the bigger one, though, Steven? Do you want me to just kind of like round out the? I mean, is your table going to be able to fit there, or do you need to show more than this bigger circle here? I mean, I can just round the corners, if that's what you're saying. So, here's what I can do. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so I'm going to trim the corners down a bit here, which, and then we'll round it off the other direction. May not be enough, but we'll see. We will see. It's kind of hard to see with the blue grid layer sometimes. But we'll get her figured out here in just a bit. And then we'll snap her in and see where we're at. Yep. Okay. Okie dokie. And then getting that go ahead from Steven on this design. And I know that it gets kind of blue and wonky, and I can always go in and fill this a little bit more so that it doesn't feel so so heavy, because I've blocked that out in chunks of 8, so I could do it in smaller, but we'll leave it like that for now and see how that works. Can do the same with the smaller one over here. Probably faster just to take them out one by one. Go 4. Maybe one more here. Okay, good. Good, good. I think that's, is that right? 1, 2, 3. Take one more. Whoop. Whoa. So, custom Twitch overlay. I think we need to go in. I don't know if that's even. Let's have a see. Looks pretty, yeah, that looks even. And then we can just grab it. Flip it over to the other side. Maybe. There we go. Okay, I could probably trim a bit off this down here as well, if you wanted me to. What we'll do is we'll just notch this down some. Yeah, yeah. It works way better than a circle. Definitely. And we'll pull this all up together. Okay. Can do that. That's right. Is that what I did? No. We'll look at that one and see how it looks at the... Is that even? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, oop. 2, 3, and yep, even across. So we'll have a look at it, see what it looks like. That one feels a little bit more like it needs more rounded to match up with the others appropriately. So we'll go in and take another chunk out. Probably not quite that much. I don't know. I feel like it's probably the way to go. Alright, so where are we at with this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. I know we're not doing the typical game development thing, but getting pretty close with GitCart. I think a couple more days and it'll be ready to pull up. It's been a long while coming on that one. I've had to do a lot of work. The AI for the enemy racers was taking a lot of work, but we're starting to get there, so it's looking nice. Yeah. Okay. So for your transparencies, now do you can just try to decide how I want to do this. Steven, do you want to run your like your updates across underneath the overlay, or do you want to just put them to fit them inside this box and run them that way? Because we could do this one of two ways. Underneath, okay. Yeah. All right, so like what we can do is, and you can put your pictures of your dogs over the top of this section here, and then we can set this color here as a transparency. Like this. And that gives you an idea of kind of like the general direction it's going to go. I don't know why this is doing this whole number here. Oh yeah, because those letters were that color. That's no big deal. I can fix that easy. So they're see-through. Let me change your quick text here. To give me a bit of a better demonstration of what the color thing's going to do. Okay, so this is essentially, and I'm going to go ahead and like just kill those. Alright, so this whiter color is a transparency currently, and on the final version that you have, it's going to be like completely see-through, so whatever you set up underneath of that will fit there. So this would be like a full table. This would be a secondary table. This is your news bulletin slot, and here's your for your cam position. Then you'll see that you've got all of your necessary elements on the screen that you usually have. And you could also use this box for something else if you want. Now there is a general change we can make. Do you want anything else specifically? And I'll be able to go in and do some finer detailing on this. I'll probably round the corners on your little box more so that it doesn't feel so like chunky, but I want to give it a little bit more. And we'll probably work on this over time as well. Anybody have any other suggestions they'd like to see? Yeah, I would like some feedback. Okay, can do that. Yep. So if anybody has, and I'm going to trim this just out. Whoops, wrong color. All right. You got a color preference, Steven? Okay. Alright, so we're giving ourselves some text now over here on the side. We can do it in a lot of different I can make it a little thicker. Bold it. Change the field where he shows his face. Part with smiley is like the part in the middle, so give it round corners as well. Yep, okay. Yeah, we can do that too. That's okay. That's okay. I work with a lot of people from all over the world, so very experienced in dealing with people that are not native speakers of my own language. Alright, let's see here. What can we do to make this look just a little bit more appealing? That didn't work out very well. Alright. Okay, so the request was to trim this so that it fit this box here, essentially. So basically just do this. Stream. Yeah. Well, it's not quite the same size, but it's pretty close. So like I just took the corners, which works pretty well. All right. Steven never got back to me on a color preference on his name over here. So I don't know what he wants for that. We can go with different colors. We could go with the get some color. Oops, wrong button. Go with that blue. I don't know. I feel like I need to move these eyes over a little bit so that they fit properly. Yeah, I could do that and see what it looks like. Just see what happens. I have to take a bigger portion. Take the transparency off. So what do we think? Does it look good? I think it looks okay. Now in general this is it's pretty solid. One thing that Steven has requested was that we had the because he's got a version of this. Oops. In which he has a very pink version of the stream of the Get Some logo. Gotta change that font though. Too bad. It's too late, man. Can't change it now. Let's see what happens when I do this. I'm gonna have to go in and find those other colors, clean them up. I'll go in and trim that in just a bit. Okay, so font. What color of font do you want? Yeah, I kept getting on to him about that Wi-Fi, and he just... You gotta give me a... Yeah, we'll go with the pink. Okay. Okie dokie. So let me grab my colors now. I'll see if we can get him a font that he wants. I mean, I could make something custom, but that'll take me a little while. Yeah, I can do that. I want to get the text in first, and then we'll reposition. Yeah, I understand, and I know for a fact that like you just can't get like I live in a relatively rural area, so yeah. I live in a relatively rural area, and you're a lot more urban. And I've got a couple buddies that work for Comcast, and they're always talking about how bad it is when they get called into like an urban area to work, when they get pulled into the cities more around here, rather than just work in the typical like smaller town areas, because they talk like the infrastructure that was built for the urban areas is just absolute garbage. They didn't, they've just they've done a lot of really bad work, and most people when they go in to fix it, they don't want, rather than fix and clean up somebody else's mess, they just cobble a fix together that's a temporary thing, and then people continue to have crappy service, but it gets the internet back up and running that day. So what do you want for a font? You got to give me some sort of input here. You just said you didn't like the other one. I mean, I can give you all kinds of different stuff. And we don't know what he wants. A lot of these are fine. I'm sticking with that. Okay, and then yeah. Do you want it in italics like that? Before I move on, is italics okay? Like that angled approach? Okay. All right then. I don't know that I can make it any. I mean, it's the same spacing between that and this. What is this? I don't know what this is. So, okay. Any other comments or feedback, Steven, on this in its current state? I need to get in here and trim this a little bit because I've got color bleed here. That. I hear you chirping at me. I will check it in just a second. Let me trying to. Okay, that's I got a feeling it's grabbing all my grays too. Yeah, I don't want that. So what I'm doing right now is, I mean, it's you can't really see it from like the full backed up view, but the blue there has a lot of so all I'm doing is just kind of trying to get to clean it up some, but I mean it doesn't even need done because you can't really see it from back here when you're looking at the stream. So all right, need to take this. Drop that in. Color this, whoops, real quick. And we will have ourselves an overlay, one in blue and one in pink. So okay, now let me set up all my stuff, make sure that these are saved properly. And what we'll do is we'll test them real quick. Alright, so alright, now just to test and have a look-see, we will so I'm looking on the stream at how that fits onto the actual stream when it's fit to screen, the positioning, and it looks good. I mean, I think that he'll really be able to take and let's see, like if we move this and fit it in there. I don't know how he does his thing. I like that. And then yeah, so that works for the typical thing. And then so this is just kind of a sampling of like the way the overlay is going to look and how it's going to fit. Just to give a general, yeah, we're going to work on some detailing too. Just working on getting basically a feel for how his new overlay is going to work. And down here in the bottom, it would give his little messages that would scroll across. So, yep. And it's all transparent underneath, so what we may do is change a few other things there. Alright, so alright, where is it? There we go. Okay, so test run, preliminary, feels good. What more do we need to make this thing work? I'm not sure how I feel about the Tails and Summer thing. Although his images were definitely smaller, fit in the box pretty well, I would say. They look like they worked pretty well. So now we're looking at better. Now the thing about what we've worked on is we worked on trying to make it look and feel a lot like the Get Some website. So it's it's got a lot of the Get Some website going on with it and everything. And the Get Some website is rather simple in the design. It's very feel to it to keep it sort of intentionally like focused. It's designed to intentionally focus you on the bigger details and the brighter colors. I've got some ideas for some other things I can put on here that will be fun. Let me pull up some things real quick. And grab something out that I can use. I don't think I want to go that way. This is from a that's a very big. I don't want the big one. Go ahead. between the smaller white parts and the larger one exact the same as the gray line on the left side. Space between the smaller white parts and the larger one exact the same as the gray line on the left side. Okay. It's easy enough. Now that means I'll probably have to extend some of the stuff below, like for down here. And then between the two white parts and the large white and small white, which are above each other, all those parts have different sizes, which makes the layout look a bit strange. Yeah, the intention for that was I was just kind of like trying to fit to the way his general layout looked, which is okay, but bringing order to it's probably a good idea. So I can work with. I'll have to increase the size. How many is it? 27. 27. That doesn't even make sense. Oh, that's right. 216. And this one is 232. So if I take 16 off, that's 2. Which means I should be able to just do that, and it should make them pretty even. 32. 2. Oh, I'm gonna have to shrink this one by 1. Let's shrink one of them by 1. What do I want to do here? But we'll see. The other thing that I need to do is I need to make this one. Okay, so this is not a disaster. I just have to make this bigger. Which isn't hard to do. Just have to decide how to do it. Maybe. Well, I think I just made a black box and then I just chunked out like the corners. Like I filled the box and then I just rounded the corners. Didn't really even it up or anything. Okay, so the only major concern I have right now, the only like major problem is that the Tails in Summer thing is not gonna fit very well. We'll see. As long as his stuff shows up, you know, I could just redo this with smaller text. Okay, to take the same font for the sentence with tail and summarize. Yeah, that's pretty sure that's what I just did, isn't it? I took the italics off of it, but other than that, it's the same. Yeah, I'll have to redo the pink one to look this way. That's not too hard though. I just crop out the parts that aren't that are pink and drop them in on top. So I'll have to open the pink one again here in a second, but I want to do some other decorational things here that I've got going on really quickly. I want to double the size of this. That's a 24. I need a 48. Did I take the other one? Not yet. I'll have to make her the same size. I think I broke something. I did. I'm not sure how I did that. Alright, let's fix this problem this mistake I made. But first, let's grab this guy. The right blue colored corner of the logo, you can even make it larger and put it on the corner where the text of Tails and Summers is. What do you mean? Oh, you mean these little like bars like this? Put those over there with Tails and Summers? Yeah, I mean I might be able to do that. You mean like around the images, like right here? Like right here, like this, with the... I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for. No? Yes? No? Alright, let's see if I can... get her to fit. Okay, hang on a second. Let me finish getting this in here, and then we'll deal. We'll figure this out. What you're after here. Okie dokie. I feel like she's got to be... I made the blue corner of the logo. Yes, blue corner. It's directly underneath the A of this. Yes. For me, this was confusing a bit. So that's like it will also be confusing for the B. Really need to bring that blue corner to. Oh. Oh. I see. Okay, so here is got several resolutions. Okay, so number one. Because the issue is positioning, but we can fix that. So number one, I take this text up, move it further up. Number two is, because that is our actual logo, and I'm not going to change, I'm going to try to avoid changing the logo itself. So what we can do which I don't know if I want to do this, but we can try repositioning this. I don't know. Yeah, we'll figure something out here. I may be able to move this a little bit so that it fits better and it's not so, what's going on here? Yeah, I was thinking about just like working some magic here, like this. We'll see what happens, and then working some more magic like this. How's that? So okay, so custom overlay coming along. I was thinking about, okay, so like I've done the female, like the pink version of Flickr a couple times, but I'm thinking about doing, I've done it in a different pose before, and I'm gonna hide it down here and just something like that for now. But I was thinking about just doing this and because it feels like it's, I don't know. I like the green one so much more than I do the pink one, and I think it's just because for whatever reason the green one like really pops and the pink one doesn't feel like it pops as much. What's going on with the color there? Yeah, these are the characters from, like, Flickr is the green one, is a character that we've used in a lot of things, and you'll see it all over our website. Has a game and the pink version is a female Firefly, much like him, but not like currently possessing a game of her own or currently even existent in a game yet. It's just a character that I've concepted, and I have a game slated for her. It's a really interesting game idea, and I really like the game idea and I want to do it sometime, but it's the thing about it is it's a little bit experimental because I don't know that the game itself is actually going to I don't know that it's going to work the way I envision the game working extremely well. So I have to like do some more deep planning on the game itself to make sure that it's actually going to work out, and like actually look into it and do the research to make sure that the game as I see it would actually work out. So she just hasn't happened yet. I want her to really badly because I really like these two characters a lot, and we just have not had time to revisit any of our previous characters again. I've got ideas for new games that involve them like this, but yeah, so okay, now Make sure I didn't mess anything up. Oh, I felt like I did clip it just a little, and I did. Okay. So, in front of the Summers and Tails. Yeah, if I had more of them, I would put them in all these places, and that might be something we do. We might just make more and put them all. And I feel like my spacing on Sizzle and Beta could be better. I think I could probably move all the letters up and fit another one there, and I could just put these. I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably fit one down there. 5, 6, maybe at the bottom. I don't know if they'll fit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They would just barely fit if I put them at the very bottom of the screen. Just barely fit in there. But I could at least do 2 right here if I had other characters I felt like putting in there. But I don't have any more characters. So, is there anything else that we should do to this aside from the possibility of creating more characters? I guess I could just do okay, that could work. I mean, we could try that. I mean, like this. Let me make sure I didn't mess everything up putting that in there. And then just start building them in. Probably take this one out then, wouldn't I? So let's start to put them on the left side. The white bottom part a bit smaller. What do you mean the white bottom part? There's white part out of position. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, it's coming along pretty well. Make the faces a bit bigger. We could do that. Let me move them into the transparent zone. So that I can easily do this. The hard part about making them bigger is that I'm gonna distort them if I don't do them evenly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. A white part which is also underneath the name. Yeah. Is it smaller? Two, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe better off. Let's do this. Whoops. Bring it in the corner a bit over the white part. It's also underneath the name. Okay. Let me, Are you talking about moving one of these characters over there, or are you talking about like changing the shape of that box over there because it's shaped funny? So half over the blue and half over the white gives dimensional perspective. Okay, let me figure out what you're talking about over there now. You mean like right here or over here? A bit over the white part. Looks 3D a bit. White bottom part a bit smaller. So you're talking about doing like oh. Wait, there are two white parts. And on the dark blue with tails and summer. No, the position, not the shape of the box. Start with the blue one with tails and summer. I'm not sure what you mean by the blue one. Oh, you're talking about like this. Okay. You think the logo needs to be positioned better? To the left. To the left. Put one of the characters in front of the name Tails and Summers. Okay, give me just a second. Let me. Part where the name Tails and Summers is written in shows blue, black. Oh, so you're seeing it as blue and black. Really? Interesting. Okay. Half over the gray part and half over the box. It's like this. Ah. You think that actually looks good? And the white box will be transparent. I guess, like, maybe I could just do the other character over there. On the other side here. We can see what that looks like. It's like this. I don't feel like they're even at all, but let me reposition him. That's pretty close. Maybe more in. I don't know. Bring it down a bit so it doesn't touch the white box. Okay, let me get this. And a bit to the left in a way that it still touches the box, makes it look okay. So you're thinking something like this then? Why does it need to look to the right? Do they need to both look the same direction? Is that what you're saying? Do you want it to go the other way? 'Cause I mean, I feel like if they're both looking at the dogs, it encloses them. It's kind of a... Use the green one also for the white lower box, which is under the name. Yeah, I could do that. Put him like right here. Why the same direction? I don't know why you feel... I see, that's something maybe I don't agree with. Let's see... Yeah, I'm using the characters now for one box. Hold on, huh? We could go the corners. You have already a green character on the white box. Yeah. Well, I can take him out. That doesn't take anything to remove that. I can just take the green one from up. Keep it like this. And get rid of this one. Further down. Hang on a second here. Okay, so we're making a custom Twitch overlay using our characters. What if we did... What is going on with this over here? Alright, what if we did like one in each corner though? Like this, and then like another one down here. I mean, I can put it... We can put it here. Like we did with the pink one. But I don't... Like... You want to do... You think the corners would look nice right here, or do you think the corners would look nice? I mean, like that's fine. I can do that. I can actually make more of these little things. They don't take very long to make. Just base them off of our characters. But I think that just like leave it like this and then make more and fill in the holes. Okay. That's probably not the perfect positioning, but it looks pretty close. Yeah. Alright, now I don't have any more of these little guys made yet, so I can. Yeah. You think this is good just with what I've got here? Let's have a look at it and see. I mean, I think it's looking okay. It's pretty close. Nice mix. Pretty close. Okay. Do we feel like the text is okay? Steven liked the font. I feel like the eyes are not centered properly because they feel like they're... I don't know. They just feel like holes, but... Yeah, I like that it's got that kind of like neutral tone to it that makes it feel, you know, manageable. So I'll need to make sure I get the pink version in as well. So you could do the locust. Maybe give it a transparent background. The locust. The white background, it takes up a lot of space. I'm not sure on the locust. Are you talking about my, like on my screen, the flicker image of the firefly? Put in a corner also, but not with the white background. You're talking about on my stream that's currently on the screen there. Yeah, and I think like what's going to happen is I'm going to create my own version of this that fits my stuff that I put up. And that'll probably just go away. So, are you talking about this? I just want to make sure that this is what you're talking about. Yeah, it's okay. Is that what you're talking about though, that? Yeah, and that's just on my stream that because I don't have an overlay yet, but I will have my own overlay soon too as well. This is for him, and then I'll have my own. So, yep. Okay, just wanted to make clear what we were going on about. Whoops. So, yeah, that will be okay. One last idea. Okay, lay it on me. One last idea. Make the white box, which is at the right side, smaller, so that it evens up with the other box. I was kind of working on that a little bit. I'm not sure, because the reason... Okay, so like the thing is... to make it evened up, I don't know, it's wonky. I can fix it. Whoops. Make the name sizzling better larger so the name ends at the height of the bottom of the screen. My issue is getting this to look that way. It looks pointy now instead of round. And what I would need to do is... I mean, I could take that out, but then it's not even again. It looks pretty close, though. But I mean... yeah. We can try it out for a second and see what it looks like. The thing about it is that this box down here is where he's going to scroll text. So... I mean, it doesn't feel horrible. It's definitely not optimal. It's not like the best that we could hope for. So make the gray line between the large white box and the small white one the same as the gray line you have between the white boxes at the left. You mean vertically? Whoa. Doop, doop, doop. Scroll text. I thought that he would like to do this. Making the same gray line makes the corners round. Maybe I can make it thicker. That would give me 3. It wouldn't feel so, and they go all the way to the bottom, so I can make it even more. Then this is somehow got off. What's going on here? Is that right? 1, 2, or looks fairly rounded. Yeah, we're almost done, and then we're gonna move on to the other animation. So I'm gonna even this out, and then we'll try that thing with his we'll leave it like this for now, I think. I don't know. Doesn't feel fantastic, but yeah, we can do that. I actually have a really nice idea for how to handle that. That would be fun, I think. I'm gonna move his name down to where for now, maybe even it out more like this. And overlay 1. Then I need to take the changes. Don't want that one anymore. Don't need that. This one, oh, they're both that way. Okay. What? How many am I? Yeah, I think it came a long ways really fast. It did good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. And then it's 2.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay, so I think they're identical now. Just want to make sure that they're both good. Okay, so stream overlays, good and solid. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so those are looking pretty good. I want to make sure I've got them both saved with the transparency in place. And then we can work on the next thing. Okay. So, the next thing we're gonna do is I need to bring up a reference image. Okay. We're just, yep, same to you. Gonna have, alright, so we need to start with a base, and we're gonna go with probably a 128 by 128, but I want it to be, that's gonna be a lot of work. 256 by 256 to give myself some room to work. Alright, so what I'm doing now is I'm going to create an animated image to place on the stream as well. And this image is it's going to be like an animated version of our Firefly character named Flicker. And he's going to be flying, and Steven has requested that he be flying in sort of a Mighty Mouse sort of pose, which should be interesting. He wants him carrying a banner like that says "Get Some" on it, so it should be very much like the logo. I go with the 47 here. Okay. Get a good glance at this character. Alright. So I'm just going to pick like a neutral tone color first. And sort of frame out the shape of his body. And usually when I start working on something, I start with just a blob of color, more of a silhouette than anything. And shave it out. Oh. So let me get my image of Mighty Mouse up here real quick so I can see him in his pose. Getting my stuff all organized here so that we can go with it. Actually gonna see if I can get some more people in here for now. real quick. Just gonna post a link or two and see if we can't get a few people in here to keep us company while we work on this. And we'll be right back to it here in just a second. We're just gonna drum up some people if anybody wants to watch. And then we'll get back to it. Okay, so basically what we're working on is we're going to do a flicker. The request was for a Mighty Mouse pose, and we're going to dig into it. Alright, so like flicker is a firefly. And we're going to go with so this is flicker. So if anybody is curious about what we're working on, that will give you an idea that we are working on setting up that guy right there. And we are working on a very, very large image base, so this is going to take us a little while to animate. Whoops. But we are going to like take our time, and we've got a while, so we're just going to work on it. Creating the firefly that you see in the corner, we're doing sort of a Mighty Mouse pose. He's going to be flying, holding a banner. We're going to animate it eventually, but we've just gotten started, so we're just working on plotting out our facial structure first and foremost. And I don't really know. I may go a little bit bigger there. Want to going to try to give him big enough eyes that I can put a lot of life in them. And give it a shot at vibrant. Okay, so probably want to go with like a white. That. And we will take it here. So most of what I'm doing in the beginning is just sort of not really going to be putting a whole lot of detail, but I wanted to make sure that I had the general size down. And we want to lower that jaw some, like this. Maybe too much. Change the shape of his face. We can do something like that at first, and I feel like I need to bring his forehead further around. Just to give myself more room to work on the face and to give him a better angle. Okay, so from there, we can take we'll probably want to highlight his face with an outline to make sure it stands out on the top of the stream when it goes. Okay, and we want his antenna. Which we generally do something similar to that with. We're probably going to bring this one down. Just a bit because of where it's at on his head. I don't know how I feel about that. Definitely a no. Need to make his eyeballs bigger. can give him a bit of a... That's too much. So what we're doing is working on an animated GIF. We haven't really gotten to the animated portion yet, but this will be for the purposes of a stream. And we're basically just plotting out the general shape of it to begin with. Move on from there. I feel like I need to just bring his eyes down where they're on the same level. Okay. So so far we've got his head done. May even bring them closer together still. See how that looks. I feel like it's better. Okay, so working on creating the just the general shape so far. Haven't really gotten too far on it to be worried about animating just yet, but we're gonna be getting there eventually. So I feel like maybe just a little bit less. Over here. I feel like that's... Okay. Close enough. Feeling better about that. Could probably... Before we go too much further with that, we're gonna frame out the arms. Alright, so we want to pose... It looks somewhat like this. It's got 3 fingers. And then we can do Okay, so we're just basically lining out the shape of his body right now. I feel like that's too thick. And I would generally take my time with this. I don't know. Silhouette is usually what I would go with. He's got long, slender arms. Probably gonna have to make him a little thicker, considering the size that I made it. But we'll see. His head's pretty big in this. Pretty terrible. Oh, we'll come back to that. So let's work on the body. He has these kind of V-shaped segments. About like this. And they get a little bit smaller as they move down his thorax. And want to make about 3 of these. So that we can piece together his body. We're going to go ahead and grab a shade tone just to highlight the underside so that it's easy to keep track of where it's at. Each segment, that way when we put it together, I can see where they lay on top of one another, and it makes it easier to put them together. feel like I need to bring this over more. I'm gonna try this in 2 different directions. Alright, so basically working on framing out the body, but the body needs to be considerably bigger. And I'm going to trim that. I don't know, maybe it's... I put it up there, it's going to feel awful small. Well, that's not too bad. That's about right. Now the problem is that alright. So now we can begin flipping it over to like a detailing session here. So we're gonna have to round this out a little bit more for the body. Like that. Alright, and then I can start doing things like this. And maybe just a little bit here. Bring this all closer together. Alright. And then he has sort of a just a little bit of a curve there. I don't think I'm going to be able to represent it very well with individual segments here. And we just basically It's going to take a while to work on him. We'll get his body all assembled and looking okay, and then we can work on actually like animating it and making it feel like it's doing something. We want to go with the darker color here for a lot of this. Should bring it into just a little bit more depth. And it'll start to look a little bit more like something. Which, you know, you work on things like this, of this size, they tend to take a little while to get them to the point that they feel like they're doing something. I really don't like the dark line. So I'm going to take it out. What I am going to do is this. We'll see how that looks. I don't like it either. Which is part of the process. Just experimenting. I think that's probably where we're going to end up with it. Now that we've got that portion done, we can grab it. Snap it in place. Alright, so I feel like maybe he's a little too thick. It's okay if he's a little thick at the shoulders, but we really do want to bring like a good portion of his body in because he's definitely too thick through here. And kind of has that sort of worm feel to him right now. So we want to bring this in too. And get his body feeling a little bit more under control there. Now what we're working on is like his tail end. He is a firefly, so we want to kind of round this back end out a little bit. Don't want it to be too thick, but we also want it to obviously have something to it back there. We also want his legs to come through here. I don't want it to look like he's got a diaper, but what we'll do is I need a thicker color, a darker color for this. So we're gonna go we need a darker highlight for this, and it's really easy to get yourself into something like green. We want to go darker than that for the border. So what we do is we pull it down, and I think this will work pretty well. I honestly think this needs to be deeper. And all we're doing now is just trimming out the tail end. We don't know how it's going to look, so we're going to take a safety piece there, and I think I'm going to have to round this a little bit more back here. I don't know. We'll see how it looks. Oops, wrong color. Like, we don't want it to be too big. I think we can probably trim it right about there. That's probably good. See how that looks. It's okay-ish. We need to bring it over a little bit more, I think. Just to... Alright, and then we can take a quick grab of that before it gets too out of hand. Drag her down. And what we're working on is an animation, but it hasn't gotten to the point that it's an animation yet. We're just doing the general sprite, and it's a pretty big sprite. But for right now, we're just kind of plotting out the shape of it. And once we get it into a point where it's like usable, we'll be able to chunk it out much better and start animating. Now we're just trying to get the proportions down for the most part. I don't want that to be different. How do we feel about that? Looks pretty small. Let's have a look at our base. It needs to be longer. Probably like that. I feel like I still need to bring this in more. Maybe even one more after that. And this leg needs to go more back. The knee higher. Okay, so let's give ourselves a little bit more of a hard line there. And I haven't at all like finalized the shape or detail of these legs, so you know they look kind of sketchy at the moment. I am working on the firefly. We're gonna animate it flying. So right now we're basically just getting working on the basics of its shape. And again, I haven't decided on any of the final details of this yet. So could end up looking totally different. We're just trying to like plot out the shape of the body first, get the sprite itself looking like it's supposed to, and then we'll be able to take and animate it after we've decided on the final cut, as it were. So, but again, as I was saying, we haven't at all decided on the finals, how it will look. So yeah, it'll definitely look different when it's done. I'm Why is that so powerful? Okay, so flipping my shading. I don't know why I was going backwards with that like this, but I was, so I'm gonna flip it around a little bit here. And have a look and see where we are with it. Definitely not liking the yellow tones. They're too soft, they're too thick, pillowy. We can change those when the time comes. So again, flipping my shading, which was backwards. And give myself a segment there, the foot. So I think I want to go a little like that. And I honestly think I need to take this whole leg here. Whoa. And snap it over. And see where we're at with it. Legs are starting to feel like they're more appropriately sized. But this one still needs work. So we continue. Honestly feel like that needs to come over more earlier. Maybe not quite that early. Yeah, the whole thing needs to come over. And probably right about there. Looks like probably higher. So we go higher. And I'll bring it back. Yeah. I'll be closer. Alright, now to deal with this yellow tone, we need a darker color. So we whoops. Go darker. No. Probably about Still not dark enough. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so then we can just take this and outline. And then we can get in there and shade with this. And I feel like he's getting way too shiny. So what I want to do is, instead of having that be a white, I'm going to go with a really bright green. Same effect, but not nearly as bright. Take the yellow, do the same, so it's not nearly as punchy. I need to trim this because that shade is way too dark, way too thick. And then probably cut that back too. This one as well. Actually, I could just do this. I think I need to do the same for the thorax up here, like this. Definitely. Okay, we're making progress. Alright, which means we need to take these and get rid of them. I still feel like his eyes are too small. So, yeah, that definitely helps. But I think I do need to spread them out just a touch. Okay, so got a good bit of the body done. I'm not 100% certain on any particular portion of it yet, but you know, it's better than it could have been. Now, we need to determine do we feel like he's got his arms, we need arms, and we're supposed to have a banner. So let's work on this really bad arm that we have over here for a while and see what we come up with. I don't really like the 2B type thing going on. So his hands are really small. He has a segment. I think after the shading is done, it'll work a lot better. We'll have to see. Don't like the arm. Probably gonna feel dinky compared to the rest of his body. Let's have a look-see. I don't think it's too bad. Alright, now let's get ourselves a gray tone in here. Something good and dark. That's bad. Alright, then we need a lighter gray. Even lighter one. And all we're doing now is creating a pole. Part of the core of that he's carrying a banner. that says get some on it as he flies. Probably take that down a little bit more. Yeah, probably a good idea. So, I'm just tweaking the colors on this pole so that they'll show up, whoops, really heavy. And then I'm going to work on, I've got two pieces that are going to animate heavily throughout this animation. And that's going to be wings and the banner, both of which are going to be very, very, very active in this animation. So we're gonna have to make probably pull them out and see where they're at. Now I want to get this puppy whoa, thing is huge. Because it makes it a lot easier just to grab one. Alright, we'll do some quick cleaning up on this now that I've resized it. And what I'm doing now is just like recreating the Get Some logo in a smaller size so that I can work with this on the banner. I just took the logo that we have and I resized it, which is okay. Doesn't hurt anything to do, but it does make things a little more difficult when you have to like clean it up like this. So basically the logo we had is, it has some anti-aliasing on it, which is where these pixels are blurred with color to make them blend easier. And what I've done is resized it so that we can use it in this image, and I'm cleaning up the anti-aliasing that appeared all over it. Just takes a moment. And then I will be able to start working on actually creating a banner. I still need to create the things, and if there's anything remaining on the on the arms and legs and the body that needs work done on it. I'm not 100% on any given portion of it at this point in time, so could change any of it, though I would like to be reasonably certain that I'm done working on the actual body before I begin animating, because that could cause a lot of trouble for me if I try animating before. And that's probably just fix the U and we'll be good. That's probably good. Alright, so now we've got a banner. I feel like it's probably about the appropriate size for what we're going to do. And what we're planning on doing is animating the banner while he flies. And we're also going to animate the as he flies as well. So it's going to be a little challenging. Should probably do the wings first. And give me 1 second here. I want to look up an animation we have of him and the way that they've moved his wings in previous versions of the sprite. So too hard to do. You just gotta. None of it's too bad. When you actually get in there and work on it, it just takes a while. The biggest thing about animations is that they're tedious because you have to go frame by frame. So you are often working on cleaning up small pixels and other such things that you haven't realized are an issue yet. I feel like this just needs to change. It's bugging me. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're going to leave the banner for last, I think. Trying to decide which order I should do them in, because both directions are going to give me complications for animating. So we'll go ahead and create the wings. And I don't need all this mess over here anymore, so I can just... What I do need to do is shade the eyes. I just... Maybe. That's not too much. Take this over here. Take this back here. And I'm not even going to put the other arm on until I get the wings in. And we want to keep the wings relatively low. Because we don't want them to interfere with the we really don't want them to interfere with the banner when we get the banner going. Now he's got 2 sets of wings on each side. And I want to do another set of wings. The problem with this one is it's going to overlap his body some. This one needs to be more rounded. And I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a overlap here. I think I want the wings thin. Oh. We'll see how it turns out. I'm going to have to probably rotate this one some. We'll see how they feel. What I'm thinking about this wing here is because of the way it's overlapping the body like this, it needs to be rotated down and in. So what I need to do is cut it forward like this. And bring this section here up quite a bit. Shade like all but the top edge. We'll see how this turns out, and I'll think about what I'm doing with it. See, I feel like that's a little overkill, but it's the right direction. I don't know. Probably just keep it clean. We'll see how it looks, and I may have to change that wing. Feels like it's smaller than the other one now. So I'll bring the other one in. So it doesn't feel bigger. that feels too small. There, that's better. So what we do is we just bring it around, continue shading. We don't have the other arm on yet, so we're going to do without it for now. And essentially all that we're doing is still working on the original frame of the sprite, and then we'll be able to animate. But one of the big things we're working on is making sure that we're going to be able to animate the frame that we have properly. So we've broken it into sections. That way it was easier to work with. And now we're just working on like cleaning it up, making sure it looks okay before we start animating. Because once we start animating, the thing is going to turn into a much bigger job if we've still got things we have to fix. So we want to make sure that the sprite itself is about ready, and it's getting pretty close. Now, this is a pretty big sprite. I mean, it's done in 128 by 100. If we had worked with a smaller sprite, we could have done a lot, you know, we could have done it a lot faster, but it wouldn't have been as big, and we have a lot more room to work at this level. And honestly, with any kind of pixel art, you don't really want to go too much above like this size. If you get much bigger than this, you start having all kinds of trouble, like because it's so big, and the amount of work that it takes to get a sprite created in this size is just absurd. Okay, so now we're working on the banner, and the banner is its own thing, and we want this to look and feel like a banner. So we're going to give it a little bit of flow. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm going to bring this in. Now, the problem with this being black is that we're not going to be able to shade it very well and make it look like it's got more depth. So what we're going to do is, rather than having this be the actual black that like our logo actually is, we're going to make it a very, very dark gray, and that will give us the ability to actually shade this thing. But it'll also give me the ability to clean this thing up quite a bit, because there are still some like ghost pixels from kissing. And we'll get this all cleaned up here in just a second. I may go even darker with the normal tone, but this is pretty pretty close to where we want it. If it gets much darker than that, we're not going to be able to shade. And it looks black when you glance at it, like from the distance. It's readable as black. So that's probably what we're going to go with. And we're going to break it into segments. And each of these segments will be able to animate on its own. We need a darker color, considerably darker. We'll go with a 35. Do that. And we need a darker blue. Like this. Because the thing is going to like wave in the air as he flies. And we'll have to do several frames for each of these. And have them wave in the air. Do the same thing here. Which isn't oops, nothing too hard about this. It's just when you get to the point that you're animating, it's a lot more tedious because you have to like check every single frame and make sure that what you've got is going the right direction. Check it for anything that stands out and looks really weird, because a lot of the time you will have oddities in a sprite, even in a single frame, that you won't notice at first, and it ends up taking quite a bit of work just to clean that one odd little spot up. And now I need a version of this, which just needs to be a different color anyway. Oops. So we are working on getting it all ready to go. And this is actually the beginnings of at this point. So what I've done is I've snapped it into 3 pieces, and it doesn't really like look like a whole lot has changed. It doesn't look like, you know, it's really like animated too much or anything. It is the beginnings of an animation though, because what's going to happen is that I am you know, I'm gonna like bowl it out and thin it down in others, and we'll give it like a good wave going on. And it'll feel, as we'll move these ripples across as it blows, and that will make it a lot more interesting. Which is kind of fun to do. So I was picking on Steven a little bit earlier today, and he wanted me to make some Steam overlays and some graphics for the stream. Not Steam, stream overlays and graphics for the stream. So I made a cam overlay. So I decided, since I took a screenshot of his stream, so I'd have an idea of what I wanted to do on it, to work on it, and yeah, just picking on him. So that's all taller. This needs to be low. Okay. Just having some fun. Yeah, why is it that everybody's always picking on you, Steven? That's a good question. Alright, and right now basically all I'm doing is banner as Flickr flies with it. So, man, I haven't seen the Sandlot in years. Sexy scalp. Yeah, interestingly enough, when he shaved his head, it revealed his pointy ears and his buck teeth. So, alright, so when I snap this all together now, it's gonna make this really cool Get Some banner. I think I really need to do a little bit more on my poll, maybe even a little bit more on the poll here. Yep. Bring him over. Yeah, your hair totally covered up all this weirdness you've got going on. Do. I need to just make this shorter altogether. It's right up to the edge. Yep. What's the flying frog thing about? When do frogs... That's not a frog. Flying frog. This is Flickr. So, now we need to work on animating all of this other stuff. And this is where I have to increase the size of... Why do I have more than one of this? Don't know. Oops. I need to go bigger than that, but we're only going to go to that so far. Probably going to have to go about 10 frames on this, I would guess. Alright, the first thing about the wings is that the back wings, the lower wings, raise as the bigger ones come down. Whoops. So I'm just raising the wing a little bit. Here. And then fixing whatever damage it does. And then I bring this wing in. Down. I have to grab it this way. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just bringing the wing, like the general portions of the wing, in and down, so that when I plug it back in over here on the body, it's like it's flapping inward. Oh yeah, we're working. Okay, so Flickr is well, okay. So what happened was we were working on a bunch of games, and we had like a variety of games in the works, and we were working on this character's game, and we ran a competition for the Get Some community, the people that followed us on Facebook, essentially, to help us decide what to name this firefly. And the response that we got from that competition was just massive. Like, people loved this firefly for whatever reason. And since then, this firefly has been sort of like central to a lot of the stuff we do. It shows up on a lot of our aesthetics. It's all over the website. I don't know, it got a lot of attention and people really liked it, so we kept it around and we keep using it. So it's, yeah, it's kind of our, I mean, it kind of became our mascot for the time being. So I don't really know why people liked it so much. I think it just turned out to be like, you know, it's a really cute, vibrant like character that really has a unique look to it. You know, you don't see a lot of other characters like this. So yeah, I think it just ended up being popular enough that because of those things that it ended up being one that we really focused on. So yep, is beloved. That is definitely true. People really liked it for some reason. I mean, I think it's pretty cute. It's a nice character. I don't, you know. So we just keep using it. It's one of those things that shows up. I mean, we've got a nice variety of characters that Flicker's in a game. There's a female Flicker character coming that has her own game that we have slotted. I'm actually really excited about that game because it's a unique idea for a game, and nobody's done anything quite like it. I mean, there are other games that are similar, like genre-wise, but like it's the type of game that people that do games like we do get some like these free games that are free to play online. So she's going to be a really interesting character because of her game, and it's yeah. We're probably going to do another competition for Flicker's wife actually. Um, I'm still working on, you know, figuring out like want to do that competition, what kind of competition we want to do. Like, you know, just thinking on it and coming up with ideas for it. What sort of competition we want to run there. Okay, now let me clean up all this. I don't really quite like the way this wing turned out. So we may go back and fix it. Let me back it up and look and see what it looks like. Yeah, we gotta make it thicker down here. Yeah. So we'll probably run a competition for Flicker's wife sometime soon and have people help us decide what to name her. Also, like and that'll probably have it'll come in conjunction with her game, which is, I was hoping we would get to her game sometime this year. It really just depends on how long some of the other stuff we've got that we're working on takes. So, Fly is in that game as a racer that you can play. Right there, I think is. I think I need to bring this more down, round it more. Have a look at it. I think it's still a little too long. So, love it. Yeah, I'm excited about Flickers because I'm gonna make it's gonna be fun. We're gonna try some new stuff with that. with that stage. I've got some things in mind for it that are gonna be fun to do. A lot of the games that we have on Get Some are gonna see some pretty sizable over the next 6 months to a year as well, because we've just done a recent upgrade to our games that allows us to do a lot more, like the infrastructure that we built around the games on the website. We made a pretty substantial change in the last month that really gave us the ability to do a lot more with the games. And we're just now with Get Cart. Get Cart is really the first game that we have that really has used that potential to any real like substantial gain. And every game that we make from that point from this point forward is going to have some significant use of that system, which really like it's not only changed the types of games that we can make on the website, it's made the games that we can do that we have done in the past have a lot more potential. So yeah. You want to learn how to do animations? Well, what kind of animations? You know, the hardest thing about art is actually animating, and like that's you'll find a lot of people that will do art and not animate. And honestly, animation is to date the hardest part of art for me, because well, it's harder to to just put it as plain as I can. It's a lot harder to animate. You have the form of the body. Yeah, Get Some is really like I'm excited about a lot of the stuff that we're going to be doing here pretty soon. So these like I'm excited about getting Get Cart to a point that like Get Cart's going to release here pretty soon, very like imminently, and I'm already excited about the next expansion we're going to do for it, because that expansion is going to make the game like it's going to take this game that we've worked on for a really long time, like it's going to make that game feel like after it first comes. And Get Cart is definitely like the first of the games that we've done that I feel like is like really fantastic. Like I really enjoy how well we've done with Get Cart. I feel like Get Cart is a step up for us. Like we've done better with it than we've done on any of the other games we've worked on up to this point. Yeah. Well, like the biggest thing that you can do for animating, like and like this is the first thing you need to do when you animate is like they tell you to do simple stuff like start with drawing a ball and then draw the ball through like all of its phases, like an actual ball bouncing. And that is like the first step of animating stuff like that, like really simple things like a ball bouncing, and then like draw like little tiny things like maybe a slinky moving through its motions. Oh yeah, for the basketball game. Yeah, I'm excited about that one too. I wanna play with transparencies on the glyph system that we're gonna put in. So, and I haven't really, you and I haven't really talked about that much, Steven. I really feel like I need to move these wings faster than I am. All right, so what I may do is tween them. So, all right. So it looks like it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then another 3 back to this point. That'll give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. There'll be one more frame. and then the 3 back down to this frame. So looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames. Okay, and that's just like me like framing out in my mind how much it's moving and how much finish its movement. So maybe this is the alright, and basically, so for what was I talking about? Animation? Yeah, actually, Kishku, is that how to pronounce it? Kishku, or Kishka. The best, like, honestly, with shading and lighting, it's almost better to just do silhouettes and just do the form, and then worry about the shading and lighting afterwards. Now, like what I'm doing is not like it's not ideal for, especially for somebody like, honestly, this is not the best way to do this animation at all. And I'm not really sure why I chose to like just dig in and do it this way. I was actually planning on like doing the wings separate from the body and animating like the lower wings flapping and then animating like the larger wings flapping and doing both, and then like overlaying the 2 sets of wings on top of each other and then overlaying the firefly on top of the wings, which would have been the best way to do this. And I didn't do that at all. And I'm not really sure why I made the decision to not go ahead with that plan, because that was my strategy the entire time. And I even had like the whole thing separated out, like I was gonna take that step, and when I got this far I just didn't. And I don't know why I made that choice, but I was just kind of going with the flow and decided not to. So alright, so my next step is I have to bring this wing in just a little bit more. And the reason I keep bringing that wing in shorter as I bring it down is because it's like it's coming forward towards his body as he's flapping it. So what's happening there is that I'm grabbing, like I'm bringing the wing in closer to his body as it comes forward, which is basically, like giving it that feel of 3D, like the wing is actually coming closer to his body. And then I do things like this where I pull it out to bring it down more. And then I want this wing to be like considerably higher this time around, so oh, okay, let's see how it looks. I want to back it up. And I feel like I lost a lot of the rounded shape to it in that, bringing it down. The cropping would be easier too, yeah. I don't know, I just felt like focus wasn't good enough to like, at the time, to really like do it. So I just decided to, freestyle it, since my focus was so bad at the time. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's working out. It's just, but I'm afraid that once I get in there and I test the animation, it's gonna feel like it needs a lot of work. So we'll see. And when I get in there and I test it and it does need a lot of work, I'm gonna be sad, and then I'll wish I had cropped it out and done it the right way. But that's part of it. So live and learn, I guess. Sometimes you just have to do what you can. Alright, so that I've gradually been just kind of like pulling the wings both in and down. And I feel like I already moved that one down quite a bit, so do this. I also need to bring this down. Give that a chunk, and then I need to bring the bottom one up, which I need to bring it up quite a bit. We'll see how it looks. I should probably start like checking it now before I get too much further. Yeah, I don't want that. 8, and then we want oh, that's fine. 128. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna go ahead and check my animation before I get too much further and make sure that it's not a complete disaster. And this thing does take quite a while to do. It's one of those types of things that's so big that it just Alright, now we get to find out how terrible this is. And it's gonna be, I got a feeling it's gonna be pretty bad. Oh, that's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. I just need them to go the other way. Yeah, see, that didn't turn out too bad. You guys might not be able to see the animation as well as I can. But yeah. Okay, so let's see how this all turns out. Okay, I need to make more frames. But I want to save this thing before I end up messing it up horribly and losing it. So what language is Cindy still here? Yeah. Nope, she left. Looks like. Never mind. Alright, let's extend the size of this sucker. And let's do double. Just because I thought I counted out 8, but I don't know. We'll see. Because I think Spanish and English. Well, she said she knows 3, and she soon will know 4. So that's not all of it. I used to do a pretty. But the French was that there was nobody around that used it, and after I got out of high school, it was harder. I can still understand French when it's spoken, although sometimes I have to listen to it more than once to understand. And I'm still pretty I can read a French book pretty well. I have a couple books that are written in French that I can read. So that's not too bad. All right. Where are we at? Oh, we were going to complete this flapping animation now. It took 4. So let's do... this. Maybe we'll be able to take out this one. And that leaves me with 6. It's a 6-frame animation then. Okay. Well, let's check that on the animation thing that we made. And see how it turns out. And again, we still got work to do on this guy because we've still got an arm missing on every frame, and we haven't animated the banner yet fully. We have a single frame of the banner. Alright, so let's see how this looks. Not too bad, but I feel like maybe that backside needs more rotation on the down. Just watching the animation here and thinking it through what I need to do to improve it. I think a large part of what would fix it is changing the way I'm shading. It would fix it a lot. So all I'm doing now is just fixing the shading. I don't know, I had gone with this weird sort of like beveled edge thing to the wings, and it was really taking away from my ability to pull the wings forward and pull them back out. It was making them look like they were sliding up and down rather than folding in and out. So what I'm doing now is just modifying the way that my wings are made. So that they don't have that problem. Okay. I don't want too much of that. Okay. Let's look and see where we're at. Wings out, highlighted, shaded on the inside. Yep, I think this will make a big difference at the end when I've checked all my frames again. Again, what I'm doing now is wrapping my shading, which I had done this weird sort of like thickness shading that wasn't very effective at all. So now I'm like extending my shading in and out when the wings flap in and out. So whoops. It won't take too much work to fix this, but I am gonna have to rework like every wing on every frame, so it's gonna take a bit. But once it's done, it'll look a lot better. So that's getting closer. I'm almost done with 2 of my frames. I need to graduate the highlights as it flaps. In and out. And thicken my shade as it comes in. Now again, I'm still going to have to put arms on this. Another arm on each one of these. And that in itself is going to take a little while. But after I create the arm, it won't take too long. It's just more about positioning it and giving it a little bit of just a little bit of a movement to it so that it feels, and this needs to thin out more and more now. It needs to be getting pretty close to the edges on this one. And this one should actually be highlighting as it lifts. Over here anyway. So we are making progress. This needs to shade more. Maybe too much. Whoops. This needs to highlight some as it lifts. Let's switch over. More shade as it's going up under the wing. Give this just a little here, And the reason I'm doing this is to give it that kind of like in and out flap feel. So like as it goes out, it lights up, and as it closes into his body, it shades. And it'll make a big difference over the originals that I had. And we'll just see how it looks when it's all finished up. Should give it a nice new sort of like more depth is what we're looking for here. And a bit of that when it's finished. And this needs a bit more darkening. We're going to highlight this tip down here some. Okay, so we've got those frames. We can remove these because they were duplicates. And then these in, and then we need to go back out to this. And we have to replace every one. It's been quite a while for working on this one. A lot of work in animating this fully. I'm going to take a brief break here in a second. And after we check this animation, just a breather, because I am out of fluids to drink and I will need something new. Alright, so we're going to check our new animation. We have reshaded the wings. I want to bring it in a little closer. Alright, so what we're looking for here is the feel that the wings are closing in. And I think getting much closer to what we want. But I think I need to bring the shading in over the top on the wings more. But we're getting much closer. So those I think are fine. I need to bring this in more like this. Deepen the shade. Deepen the shade. We'll see how that looks. I don't want to go too crazy with it. Yeah, see, that's too much. But what I could do is just bring it in like that. So bring this further. Okay, so we've gotten a good bit of shading now, but we don't want to go too overboard with it. Want to give that a bit less of a bring the shading more up towards the top as it comes down. Don't want it to be too thick. And the reason I'm doing all this is because I feel like the wings, the animation is okay, but the wings form doesn't feel, the form doesn't feel deep enough. It doesn't, like the angle of the wings doesn't feel like they're coming down. It feels like they're moving. It doesn't feel like they're coming in around his body as he flaps. It feels like they're just coming down. And I mean, while that's close to what I want, it's not exactly what I want. So I'm just tweaking at this point. And we will continue to do so until we have what we want. Yeah, this stuff is thickening up too much. So, okay, so yeah, we've been working on there's a lot of stuff that's getting updated on Get Some that we haven't done yet. Like, we haven't rolled it out. It's a constant work in progress. I don't know why I'm messing with that one. I want this one. Okay. Oh, I'll just trim this all up. We're almost there. So what we want to do is just trim this out. We're actually getting closer to getting Git cart done right now. One of the guys is working on it. I did a lot of work this morning getting stuff set up for it. I gave them a massive task list, and they're just chipping away at it right now. So it will be nice to see some significant changes. We've already made some pretty big changes in the last couple days. We had a really nice sort of template build going where it was running pretty well. We haven't had any crashes. We had one little sort of bug area that we had to deal with regarding we found a spot where if you hit the wall in the wrong spot, you could mess up the lap tracking system in the game, which is fun considering you know, that we found that and figured out that it was an issue and figured out how to fix that. And I mean, when you think about like Mario Kart, those games were, and it took, you know, dozens and dozens of players to figure out all those little problems along the way. So I don't feel bad about little things like that. We found it, we fixed it. The other things that we have to worry about are more about, like, we have there are a few things left to get done, but mostly just plugging in assets at this point. We don't really have a whole lot of mechanical stuff to put in. I got all the music and sound effects ready today, so that's all done, and makes a big difference. Like those little final polish stages of a project are usually like some of the stuff that really changes it and like really brings the game into like a whole new level of feeling completed. So it's usually like getting, when you get to that point, you start to feel like you're in the home stretch, and we definitely are with Git cart. We're in the very last day or two of development. It's just about done. So I'm pumped about it. Definitely am. I've been waiting on that one. I feel like it's a really good this sort of system that we're building our stuff around. So yeah, I mean, I feel like, I think that, you know, Steven, if you're listening, Bug Blaster is one that needs attention soon, because I feel like that game is so close to being like fantastic, and it just needs a little bit of a little bit of attention. A little bit of TLC in that game will be like just absolutely great, and we can use the new systems that we've built like lately, like the content updating where it stores all of your data system. We can use that stuff and make Bug Blaster a lot better game. I really think that game could be like so much more than it is with just a little bit of attention. Really looking forward to getting a chance to spend some time on it. Okay, so let's clean this all up again. We spent like the last hour working on the wings. We've got like documents full of lists of stuff that we want to do, like new games that we want to do, but upgrades to the ones that we've done too. So there is a lot to do. Okay, now back to, let's save this. And then let's go back and fix all of these again. This is what happens when you do your animations on the sprite for body parts that move. The time to keep them separate. The one problem with like doing something like what I was gonna do that I didn't do, like the idea of like taking the wings off the body and creating the wings in their movement. The one thing that you can run into with that is if you're not very good at like planning the form, if you're not very good at like working with the form, your stuff can look, well, it can come out looking just like what it is, something that you drew separate from the actual sprite and then like stuck to it. And I've run into problems with stuff like that myself that ended up taking me like an hour or more to get it to come together really at the end of the day. So alright, let's see how this thing looks now. I think that it's looking much better. Okay, so we're looking good. Now, one thing we do need to do is make room for the get some flag. So we need to bring every one of these guys over to the edge. Make sure none of them are flying out. That's weird. That one should be... Okay, he just looks... No. Alright. Okay, so the placement's correct now. Alright, my focus now, I feel like I would like to see him with a little bit of a bob. So I'm giving him just a little bit of a a downward motion. And we can test that too and see how it looks. Because I think anything I can do to give him just a lot of ambulation will make a big difference. Alright, so let's see how this all works out. And again, we still haven't done his arms, the arm that's still missing, and we haven't done the banner yet. So there's a lot of work left. This is the kind of animation that takes most of a day to do. That's why when you work with pixel art, you typically go with something very small. But I wanted something that would, really look nice for the stream without, sometimes when you work with pixels and you blow it up really tall, really big, it gets kind of fuzzy. And making this big like this would alleviate a lot of that fuzziness. So, okay, so let's see how this looks now. Fantastic. That's just, yeah. That's exactly what we wanted to see. All right, great. Okay, so number one rule, save it always before we get too far. Ruin it somehow. It's looking really nice. Banned for cussing. Oh, did you get banned? I didn't even realize. Moobot is vicious. No mercy on the Moobot. So, yeah. I just looked over at the stream and realized I still had that picture of Steven that I monkeyed with earlier on there. It's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know. Because like you're the first person I've seen like get pinged for that. I've seen people with message deleted when they come in, say something and it pings them, but I've never seen anybody get banned from it. So, you know what I might do? I might draw a donkey body to stick on there and like put his head on it. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Steven. Alright. So we got the animation where we want it. Now we've got several things left to do. We need to animate the crap out of this flag. We got 6 frames to do. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could do all 6 here like this. Six, frames of the flag before. And I still want to do the arm. Before I get to... So... basically the plan now is to animate the flag further. Message. Okay, so we're currently in the middle of getting the sound effects plugged into GitCart. Those little things that make all the difference. So we want to move this I want it here. Bring this down and move this up here. But I want this moved like significantly. And gotta bring all this up, I think. Yep. Like that. So what we're doing now is we're just kind of rolling. We're just rolling the ripples is basically what we're trying to do here. And we'll see how it turns out. Actually, I've got a better idea than this. Okay, so I'm going to turn every one of these. Oops, wrong tool. Oh. So we are realigning. We're moving all of our ripples. I need to do some, which ones are like, this one was here, this one's here, and this one's here. Where I'm going to put this here. Okay. So here we go. We're creating another ripple, and we're animating the banner now. And after we get 6 templated, you know, versions of the flag, which is going to take us a little while. We will go ahead and like stick them in place. Alright, so I've got my new ones. Now I need to go in and like fix the old ones. So we bring these up like this. And when we get all those fixed, we can move on to our next version. Yeah, I think it's going to turn out pretty good. I am I need to bring this whole section. See, I brought that up, but I brought it up way too much. Do like that. And this one needs attention as well, because this all got took down. So we're looking at the banner. Checking all the places that things got messed up pretty significantly. By the ups and downs. And we definitely need one here, because this one was supposed to be one in the first place. We'll give her a go. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty sweet. And honestly, like, I don't think I'm probably gonna get to the other animation tonight. No. Definitely not. I won't have this one finished by then. But I'll be able to get this one finished up. I don't know if I'll even have this finished on stream tonight. This one's like the other arm's not going to take me a while to do, but like getting the banner animated is probably going to take me a while. So, I mean, I've got 2 frames done now. Well, almost 2 frames done now. And then I'll have to, like, after I get 6 frames, which is actually only 4 frames if I do it the right way. Get them all done, I'll be able to start working on like making sure that it's all lined up properly. And actually check the animation over to make sure that it's going to flow properly, and then I'll have to make edits and tweaks to make sure that it's all working right and looks okay. But yeah, the banner is going to be pretty sweet. So yeah, this is a pretty huge animation. Like, whoops. When Steven asked me to do this, I was like, whoa, that's going to take me a whole day to do. So actually, I think I'm gonna leave that color there as my. I think it works really well with the as my background color to help me with my. All right, next. Yeah, Steven was looking for pixel artists last year, early last year, and I ended up answering him, and we started working together, and I don't know, just kind of went from there. Yep. Alright, I gotta think of... Where do I want my next one? Okay, so let's ping these marks. These existed. And let's give myself where I want to put new ones. I want to put one there. Put one here. And then probably one over here. Okay, so let's start fixing these first. Yeah, we've gotten quite a bit done this year, like on its own. Like it's a lot of stuff done. And we certainly didn't get that much stuff done last year, that's for sure. We tried. It wasn't for want of trying. But sometimes stuff works out better if you just get all the like the extra junk out of the way and just work, you know? Like, yeah, last year was, I worked a lot last year, and I don't feel like we really got enough done. Although, you have to realize that we built a lot of foundation last year. We did a lot of work to get a lot of, like, structural construction done. Like, I mean, it doesn't sound like much when you say it, but you know, like, we did a lot of work on getting figured out how we were going to do our games, like what the systems we would use were, what the, you know, like the overall, like, design structure was going to have to be. That kind of stuff that's like, it's really difficult to, you know, to just say, like, out of the gate, like, hey, we're going to do this and this and this. If you don't know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it, it's incredibly difficult to just make those steps in the beginning. And this tea is driving me nuts. There we go. Easy enough. So, it was a mess. But I mean, I don't feel like nothing was gained last year. I feel like we got a good foundation built for, like, the direction we were going to go. But I mean, honestly, it didn't really happen until this year. So, like, most of the real work didn't start, like, occurring until just recently, where, like, stuff was actually, like, set and done within a certain window of time. And you know, we could talk about, like, what we were going to do and then step away and focus on our own things and do our own things in a like, reasonable window of time, and work that way. Yeah. Yep. I mean, this year is we're definitely reaping um, the benefits of the hard work we did last year. Last year we didn't feel like we made the gains that we should have. Um, it just didn't feel like enough. So, like, for all the work we did last year to go through that whole year like that, and have, like, almost nothing to show for it. You know, like, actual visible, like, stuff to show for the work that we did. That's hard to handle. It is. It's hard to handle. Because, I mean, we did a lot of work last year. A lot of work. I probably worked harder last year than I've done in most years of my life, and I've worked hard a lot in my life. Okay, I really have no idea how this banner's going to turn out. So, yeah, I mean, we really do have, Lionheart is something that should be talked about when we're talking about all the work we did last year, because that game is, like, we have, what, like, a couple 100 hours of work into that project each for all the people that worked on it last year. I mean, it's definitely a huge thing, and it's unfortunate like that we had to like stop and we haven't been able to like carry on and finish that project yet. But it like I don't doubt that it's going to happen, and within a reasonable time, we're going to get back to that project soon. And when we do, that project is going to be like, that's going to be the big one for me. I'm excited to get back to it, like to finally be like, okay, we've done enough groundwork, we've done enough like building up to catch up to where we were and like where we wanted to be, and now we can actually like work on creating like the big project that we worked on. And Liuzu is we have a project called the Lionheart of Liuzu, and it's a huge project. Nothing small like these smaller games. It's going to be an actual like releasable title that you'll be able to download and like play from your computer, and it's an action adventure game kind of built around the concepts that were set out in like classic Zelda games, like the way that they played, but it's in an isometric perspective, which is, like that's two things that just aren't done very much anymore in one game. So it's like it's taking some really like interesting old school ideas and like meshing them together, and yeah, it's taking those two ideas and putting them together, and then on top of it, it's taking a real world like scenario, and it's a game about a specific set of like real world problems that exist, and it's taking those and like focusing on them, and it's there's so much to that game that is it's a game about human trafficking, and it's not set in a fantasy world. It's set in like real Earth, and we've taken the core concepts that are of like certain principles and virtues, and we've created a hero who is a realistic sort of hero who does realistic sorts of things, and he interacts with villains in a realistic sort of way, and there's a lot of reality to the game, which I love the idea of working on a project that has a real message to it, that really like brings to light like, hey, there's a message here, like focus on this. It's going to bring attention to this thing that still exists, that's still a problem like all over the world. And it's also the type of adventure that like the hero of the game is like he's pure in a way that like real people aren't. Time. Like the kind of like our culture these days is really all about the anti-hero a lot these days. And this hero is like the old school sort of hero, like the real sort of hero that like really exists. And like not the sort of like guy that's a jerk about things, but like this real, he's just a nice, like he's fighting for weak people, and he's a good person on the inside, and there's no like there's no pretense about him. He's not out to like gain anything from this. He's just doing what's right. And yeah, it's just a giant. It's a dream project for me at this point. Like, I think about it all the time. I'm constantly, even when he thinks that he's gonna be ready to go down that road again. And I ask him probably once a month, like, what he thinks about the timeline for getting back to it. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to check out this banner and see how bad it is. And then we will make sure that the wind and works properly. May take us quite a while yet to finish it. Yeah, we've that's pretty crazy. So like we took real photos of this city, like a real city area. And we took real photos and then we recreated the city building by building in pixel art to scale. And from what we could see from the real pictures. Yep, and it's a thing. Wait a minute. Okay, so let's see how this looks when it flutters in the wind. I feel like this frame is the one that has to change. Let me see. It's definitely this one. Yeah. Man, I don't know. Different consoles. Yeah. I mean, we could totally do the thing. That's not even that hard at this point in time, especially using Unity. It's about getting the dev kits for the different systems. Cost money. So you want to like like a lot of money for some of them. So what you want to do is you want to get your game at a point where like you can show it to them and they'll just be like, yes, we want it. Here, we'll give you the dev console so you can develop for us. And then you don't have to pay for it yourself. Yeah, yeah. I would say that it's probably for like that. It's gonna, have a lot of like strategy and stuff like that. I mean, it's really gonna pull from like the Legend of Zelda's type stuff. So definitely feels about like a Zelda at its current point in time. Although, like the combat system needs a little bit more work, but all right. Not sure how I feel about this dang thing at this point. I want to just fix it first. The banner is coming along, but it needs more attention. Oh, she's back. She missed all the fun of the sprite animation, so. Okay. We're going to try this a different way. Because we're not fond of how it turned out. Alright, so number 1. I like this one a lot. And I feel like I like that one. I'm not too sure about those. Alright, so show the animation. It'll take me a second. Give me a moment. Because right now I was working on this and I wanted to. I can do it. It'll only take me a second. Do. Okay, so let me take. Yep. So on here is the Firefly character named Flicker, which is the little green guy that you were so fond of on the overlay. This is an actual sprite version of him, and we're gonna animate him. Now I don't have one of his arms is still missing, and this pole is gonna have this banner that I was working on it. So what I've done is so far is I've animated him flying, which this is basically just simple animation of him flying, and he's gonna flutter in place, and then the flag is gonna blow behind him as like an above. It's gonna blow above his head like from that pole as he's flying, and his other arm, I think he's probably gonna do like a thumbs up or something. I'm not quite sure at this point what I'm gonna have him do with his other arm. I haven't done it yet, so that's so that's where we're at with it. I guess you saw that. but I'm not gonna. If you want to see it again, just let me know and I'll pull it up because it's not too hard to pull it up now. So now what I'm working on is animating this banner, and I've got some basic concepts for how the banner is, but I need to, like, the animation itself was not good enough at this point, so it needs more work. Yep, that's what you missed. Okay, so back to this thing here. Whoa. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to go about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There will be 6 frames. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to stagger this about this. And plan is to do this, do this, and do this. Okay, so we're just working on this banner now. It was an issue we had earlier. It was we did an animation. It kind of came out a little wonky, and I feel like I should probably do a bit of a more structured approach to the way that I'm going to do it. So I got to get my extra colors here that I need. So we're just going to continue, and now we're going to do it in a different way so that it is easier to manage. And oh, that didn't work out. The objective here is creating. That's interesting. Oh, that's Steven. The elf. Yeah, my cat's pretty cool. I like cats a lot. I don't know. I always have. They're I get along with cats pretty well. think I wanted to go in. So what we're doing here is we're working on an animation for a banner that will go with, it's going to go along with this firefly that's flying, and I'm just animating the flag that goes on the pole now. So that's what I'm working on. I'm using pixel art to work on that, and we're just sort of chipping away at it slowly over time, little bit by little bit. I missed again. I keep doing that. Here we go. So, welcome to the stream, all the new people. We're working on a banner animation that goes with the firefly, which you may not see. It's there. It's the same firefly that's up on the stream. Alright, so there's that one. And I think we'll probably go further and do something like this. And then yep, that's no problem, Steven. I see it. No big deal. All right. Call that frame good, and then we'll start another one. And we've got about 1 more hour to the stream to go. And we'll see where we are with when it's done. Start at the 16 mark, and okay, so move it up 1. And then the next one was here. We moved it up 2. And the next one would be here. We moved it up 1. Oh, wait, move this down 1. Okay. And then we did on the 8s. how many? 1, 2, 3. We could do, that was 1. The U, so there. And we can take this down. 1 like that. And that's too much. Down 1. This one up 1. That. So all right. Probably get myself another here. All right. So we need 1 here. Alright, now that I've got my next frame lined out, we line it up. Get our darker shades going here. Thank you. Alright, so the yeah, the people can be, you know, when you've got only so much in the world that you can do with yourself, I guess. You have to find things to entertain yourself. That's fine. Doesn't bother me. But we're making progress, so hopefully this new attempt at this is gonna work out a lot better. That's 2. I really only needed 1 more. So hey, I mean, it's fine. They didn't hurt a thing. So okay. I need to make sure that I'm doing the right thing here. I need to focus on the 8s. So I'm sort of like getting to the point where I'm having a little bit more trouble focusing on making sure that this is working out the right way. So if I start to lose, if I start to like to drop off and not talk so much, it's just because I'm more on like and forgetting to talk. Okay, so I think this is, oops, this is another one I need to do. It needs to be over more. No, that's fine. Like this. And then this M is up still. This M is down. Much. But this is up. Like that. Okay, and then this is down still, but not that much. And then I need 1, 2. I think I need one on the G. It needs to be like that. Alright, now let's get my lines in. Yep. Steven never stops eating. That guy is always eating. You watch his stream. He just sits there eating the whole time. Scarfing. All along. Next. You're next. Trying to gain so hard. Yeah. I don't know, man. Really just don't know. Some people just don't have it in them. It's just not in their cards. Hobbits is the little people. Every time you sleep, you lose a pound. Well, I mean, sleeping burns energy too, man. Every time he sleeps, he loses a pound. Okay, so now we've got 1, 2, 3. And I really only need a fourth to finish an animation. Yeah. Man, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, you need to increase your exercises to, like, get your skeletal muscles. Like I was telling you. That's your only man. Your only chance. Alright, so let's see where I'm at. This G has got to be... It's... Oh, I keep doing that. It's up, but not that up. And... Actually, I need to go over more. Like this. It's up, but not that much. And then... T is up, the S, like right here. Through the U. Still up a bit. And then the M through the other M, right? Like just fold this in a little. Pull this all up. Alright, now the thing is that I need to do, gotta lift more. No, it's not so much about the weights, man. I mean, you can do weights, but the weights aren't going to be the thing that give you all the extra weight. If you're trying to, like, if you're, like, working out all the time and you're not gaining, like, weight, like, it's literally not going to be, like, lift does it. You need to change the, more range of motion that works the other muscle groups that you're not getting to, and that'll be the thing that like changes everything. Okay, so here we go. This back to the 64. Now we'll do this. Oh boy, we gotta go back through this. Okay, so out, out, out. Alright, so one. Is that even the right one? I don't know. We'll call it good. Say it is. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Now let's see where we are. That That last one's too much. Okay, so we've got one frame to fix. That's this one. Frame number 4. What is the problem with 4? It stretches out too much. So what we really need to do is put 4 up there, make a new 4. Okay, I have to answer a couple questions to one of my programmers real quick. So yeah, that stuff is no good for anybody. Just kind of giving instructions here. Okay, back to focusing on all of this. Getting this flag. So what I'm doing right now is I'm working on finishing out the banner. My biggest problems with the banner were basically that it like we had one frame that was looking really cruddy and needed fixed, and we're working on fixing that now. So that's what we're working on, and I'm getting messages from one of my programmers who is on Git Cart. We're going to be finishing that game up within the next couple days, and it's actually looking like really good. I'm really excited. We've been relatively bug-free through the duration of this project, but now it's like it's getting to a point where it's like we're at the end of the project and we haven't had any kind of like we haven't had any crashes since like maybe week 1 or 2 of development, and we've had almost no bug problems at all for the duration of the project. And it's really nice to say stuff like that about a project, because you almost never have clean project that's like crash free or bug free for like so long, and this one's definitely been nice to us in that regard. Alright, so let's see how that one turns out. This is frame 4. We're going to plug her in for frame 4 here. Go back to frame 1 and see how it turns out. Oops, wrong frame. Killed the wrong one. Okay, now we'll see how it looks. I don't know, I think it's looking okay. Yeah, I've seen Idiocracy. Yeah. Oh yeah, that movie's really great, and it yeah. I think it came out when I was in high school, maybe? Like maybe right after I got out of high school. I don't remember. It's been out for a long time, hasn't it? When did Idiocracy come out? It's been out for a long while. 2006? Oh, I guess I'd been for a while. It's a good one though. Okay, so I think this part is done, which is fantastic, because now we can move on to Alright, so let's clean this thing up some now. Alright, so now we've got the flicker frames. Yeah, like the whole point of the movie is that like stuck in like one of those cryogenic chamber things as like a I don't remember if it's like a punishment or if I can't remember exactly why he gets in the thing, but he ends up being frozen and he wakes up like like several hundred years later, and literally like every person on the planet has just gone completely dumb because all the smart people like waited to reproduce and then it was too late for them to reproduce. So, go figure. It's the end of the world. Um, like life has moved on, and all the smart people didn't reproduce, so only dumb people did, and everybody just got so dumb. I was actually reading an article. Yeah, he was actually dumb in our time, and then in the future he's like a genius. So it's pretty funny. Um, the big thing I got to do is I got to position this thing so that it takes each frame. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those movies that just blows your mind. But you know what the bad thing is? I was actually reading an article the other day that was basically stating that like that sort of situation is actually occurring. That we're actually hurting our general like knowledge and intelligence levels by not like smart people aren't reproducing enough. So like people with that natural raw intelligence are there's like less and less of them all the time, and yeah, you know, that's how it goes. I mean, it's pretty obvious that everybody's seen the case of like people have kids and their kids are, you know, as smart or as not smart as their parents. Like, you know, genetics work. And it's kind of scary to think about. But at the same time, I mean, what's it matter? We're getting pretty close, Steven. It's almost done. We need more sizzles in the world, huh? Uh-huh. How's that working out for you? Well, it's just kind of the way that they've beginning. They've always been kind of dinky, little short thingies, thin anyway, super small. You know, there's nothing saying we can't change that at some point. Their message. Okay, so we're getting down to get cart that it's all just about like whatever assets need to be put in still. So that's always a good sign. When you get down to the last few minutes of a project. the last few hours and you're just doing final polish. There's still a couple more little things that I really need to put in the time to get done, but it's getting very, very close. I was really thinking that it would be probably later in the, like maybe even early next week before we got it done, but I think we're going to be done within the next day or two. Alright, let's have a look at this. Steven, we need more sizzles. Alright, let's see if our hard work has paid off. Let's see. I haven't put the other arm on yet. But we're getting very close to being done. That other arm will only take a bit. Alright, so let's see where we are. Frame 1. Frame 2. Frame 3. Alright, let's see how it turned out so far. Whoa, wrong button. Just need to get that other arm on there. Yep, it's come a long ways since I started. I want to give the legs just a little bit of up and down. And then now for the last part that needs to be done, because he's not finished yet. He's still missing an arm. The last thing to do is we gotta create the arm first. So we get some of these cool little things going on, and we can do like a whole lot of stuff with our stream. It'll be fun. Now I want to take this and we're going to do a little 90-degree rotation. Do a little bit of this. Flip the shading. Give him a little bit of a thumbs up there. Now the main thing we got to figure out is how long do we make the arm? And what angle do we have it at? I don't want it to be too, I don't want to bring it in more than it is. Maybe I can do like this. And it needs to be longer here. Alright, now we check and see how this looks. And then we need another version. I don't think I want to go that way. I want to go the other way. Which makes it look longer, but run into a bug that locks everything up if you're playing as one of the new races and you go off course. Okay. Alright, so now I've got two arms, and the reason for this is we have this up and down motion of the body. So some of the frames are, you know, lifted, and some of them are dropping. So on the lifting frames, we're going to have the arm that's down. Whoops. And on the other frames, we'll have the arm that's up. Oops, did it again. And there we have it. Now we can give ourselves a we can take this, and now I can put it all together. We have the arms. Put it all in the frames. Actually, since it's just putting the arm on. Right now, if I got them all right, we can see his complete animation. Oh, okay. We have one frame issue. Which frame is it? This one. Where we have two frame issues. There. Okay, so number one thing we do is save this, the complete animation, and then I can create Steven's animation for him. We have time to do that before the stream's over. This is fun. So what I'm doing now is I'm just setting up these frames so I can quickly generate them out into an animated image and set the speed quite a bit faster. And then I'll pop it up on stream. And you guys can see it in action. Just want to make sure that just take me a second here, unless I messed up in the saving process. You guys give me just a second here and it'll pop up for you. Dum dum dum. I hope I did that the right way. So, there it is. Took us several hours to finish it up, but it's done. Now, the only other things we could do to like clean this up is and make it like pop more would be to take like the outside edge of the sprite and with black around the outside, it would make it look sharper on the actual animation frame. But other than that, I think that's it. I mean, it looks pretty good. So I think it turned out all right. Yeah, it's looking good as far as that goes. I think that's about it. Does anybody have any questions or any comments or anything like that? I mean, again, the only thing that we could do to really make it sharper, make it look better, is to like outline the very outside edge of it with like a black border, and that would make it stand out more on the stream. Now, it's got this weird like border thing going on, which it's not supposed to. It may not have saved the frames as transparency. Let me fix that. Hang on. That's an oversight on my part. I made a mistake. It's not really a mistake, it's just I forgot something. Easy to fix, take me a couple seconds. It's just one of those situations where I completely forgot to do a simple thing. And it will make a difference when it's done. I'm setting the transparency on all of the frames. And then I will remake the animation. As soon as it's done. Something went wrong. Refreshing. Here we go. Now let me do this real quick. There we go. Okay. So, big changes are that we have created overlays for the stream. Yeah, we could make the ring move a little bit. It does kind of have like nothing going on. No, this is actually an animation Steven's gonna play every time he wins a big pot playing, is what he was telling me. So that's the plan. I may tweak this some, moving forward. But for now, I'm gonna call it good because it looks pretty decent, and I've worked on it quite a bit. So yeah, I really think that the only other thing I could probably do is give it that darker outline around the outside to make it sharper, and then as Princess was recommending, like giving some movement to the rings for the like the little ropes for the banner. Um, could also like maybe give the legs a little bit more movement, make them swing a little bit more. But I think that they look fine, and yeah, it's looking good. Stream is about over. I'm gonna like wrap it up. I'm basically just waiting. If anybody has anything else, if anybody has any questions, if anybody wants to bring up anything, and you know, if anybody's got anything else that they want, let me know, and we'll go over it. Otherwise, I'm going to be bringing this to a close here pretty quick. So, yeah, I was thinking about letting the legs, like, not just the legs wiggle, but like make them, like the feet are bobbing up and down, but I'm going to give them a little bit more like of a swing in and out so that they feel like they're doing more than just the same motion. Yeah. That's probably something I'll do, and I'll probably give it that black outline that I was mentioning because it'll work better that way. I don't know how big Steven's gonna make this on his screen, so if he's gonna be like inflating it like super large, I'll probably resize it to be closer to the size that he's gonna use it. That way the pixel art is not blurry, because you can see that it's a little fuzzy on my screen on the stream here, and that is because the stream, it's like it sharpens up as you shrink it down. So like the smaller you make it, the sharper the colors are. That's because like you've got thousands and thousands of pixels worth of like anti-aliasing going on. So yeah. So yep. I'll give the legs a little bit more of a swing to them. I'll give the little ropes some stuff going on, and we'll probably sharpen up his colors with the little black on the outside, and it'll be fantastic. So we're gonna bring the stream to a close. I don't see anybody else chiming in, so I'm gonna go ahead and guess that nobody else has got anything, and I don't have time to work on anything else. So other than playing with stuff. So, we're just messing around. So, all right, I'm gonna call the stream good, and that's it for the night. I will be back next Thursday. So.